Okay. All right. I'll do that. I'll make my change. Okay, the time is now 6 p.m. Our regular city council meeting for September 16, 2025 is now in session. First on the agenda, Mayor Pro Tem Brown will lead us with the opening prayers and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas. Please rise.
Good evening. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for the freedoms that we enjoy and the many blessings of democracy that we are blessed with in our United States. We ask you for your protection and guidance for all who devote themselves to our common good. And we thank you for the freedom to elect our leaders by popular vote and thank those that serve for the good of the community. Lord, protect our local officials and first responders and those brave men and women that serve in our military. Unite us, O Lord, in these trying times with a common purpose, dedication, and commitment to our community. Now and in the years ahead, let us pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, we have 4 proclamations. Our first proclamation is a National Finance and Accounting Appreciation Week, September 15th through the 21st. And Mayor Pro Tem Brown will be reading the proclamation.
Come on up, Finance. It's your night. City of Schertz Proclamation, National Finance and Accounting Appreciation Week, September 15th through 21, 2025. Whereas the history of finance and accounting is an established practice dating back several millennia, and whereas records and documents originating from the Mesopotamian region trace back as far as 5000 BC reveal the employment of accounting systems. Further evidence of the prevalence of accounting would appear from the discoveries in ancient Egypt and Babylonia. And whereas the City of Schertz Finance Department consists of a finance director, assistant finance director, senior accountant, financial analyst, accounts payable coordinator, and administrative assistant with a combined departmental total of over 96 years of experience and expert knowledge. And whereas the Finance Department oversees the management of the City of Schertz budget, and for fiscal year 2024-2025, the total budget was $132,189,127. And whereas the Finance Department upholds a high standard of ethics, professionalism, and knowledge by maintaining and enhancing their skills through continuing professional education. And whereas the Finance Department always practices good financial stewardship and has been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. Now therefore, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, does hereby proclaim September 15th through 21, 2025 as National Finance and Accounting Appreciation Week in the City of Schertz, and asks the citizens to acknowledge and recognize the outstanding financial stewardship the Finance Department provides the city every day. James? Staff? Thank you for all you do. Good to see you.
I want to thank the city, staff, citizens, and the mayor and city council for all the support they give us throughout the year. We are an internal service department, which means not only do we serve the citizens and the businesses that we do business with on a day-to-day basis, but we also serve other departments here in the city. And so everyone is our customer, and we strive to hold up the highest standard of customer service. And we really appreciate everything that we get back from everybody, all the positive feedback. And just know that our team here is dedicated to working with everybody and upholding the highest standards as stated in the proclamation and we look forward to continuing to serve y'all for many years. So thank you very much.
No, Mr. Walters forgot to mention one thing, the AA plus rating that we have. Thank you so much. The team has really done an excellent job. Okay, our next proclamation is the National IT Professionals Day, September 16, 2025, and Councilmember Watson will be reading the proclamation. If I can please have those, please come up here and join us.
National IT Professionals Day, September 16, 2025. Whereas we celebrate National IT Professionals Day on the third Tuesday of every September 16, 2025. This year to recognize the technical experts, network engineers, system administrators, database admin, and many more types of IT professionals that make sure that computer systems run smoothly. And whereas information IT is recognized for a fundamental part of the modern society, and to define the use of any computers, applications, storage, networks, and other systems, infrastructure, and processes to create, to secure and exchange all forms of electronic data. And whereas the City of Schertz, the IT department consists of 12 employees who bring the city combined experience for more than 202 years in technology industry, and whereas the City of Schertz IT department oversees hundreds of software programs in the city with the goal to ensure smooth, efficient, round-the-clock operations for all the city departments, including the City Council, senior management, finance, and all safety agencies, library and planning and development, public works, etc. And the City of Schertz IT department responsibilities also include providing 24/7 support for more than 3,000 devices, including telecommunication systems, cell phones, internet, firewalls, servers, desktop mobile computers, camera systems, tablets, switches, etc., both office-bound and field-focused personnel. The City of Schertz IT currently oversees participating in more than 25 ongoing projects across the city, providing direction, and the City of Schertz IT department continues to focus and identify and meeting new challenges in the key areas such as cybersecurity, state and federal guidelines for data management and security, shifting technology trends. Now, therefore, it is resolved that Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of Schertz, and I, the citizens community, to participate, expert technologies, experience, and talent IT brings to the city.
Thank you, Councilman, Mayor, City Management. Today I want to take a moment to recognize and thank our incredible IT team. Each of them plays a vital role in keeping our systems running, protecting our data, and supporting every department within the organization. Their hard work often happens behind the scenes, but the impact is felt everywhere, from keeping services available to solving problems quickly and making sure we can all do our jobs effectively. I truly appreciate their dedication, their teamwork, and the pride they take in their work. Thank you for your commitment to the city. Thank you.
You know, we just can't function without IT. Back when I joined the Air Force, we had punch cards. And then all of a sudden, look at the technology where it's brought us now. And I'm lost without my computer. If it's not working, help. That's it, yeah. And I know who to call, and I thank our IT department for that. Our next proclamation will be read by Councilmember Macaluso, and that's Human Resources Professional Day, September 26th. If I can please have Human Resources staff, please join me up here.
Okay, National HR Professional Day, September 26, 2025. For 2025, the themes are championing ethical technology and AI integration, redefine future workplaces, excellence in people leadership, and continuous investment in skills and education. Whereas Human Resource Professional Day is celebrated every September 26 and is designed to pay tribute to those working in human resources departments everywhere. Whereas Governor General Sir Patrick Allen first referenced Human Resource Professional Day back in October of 2013. He created this day to recognize and celebrate human resource professionals who play an integral role in ensuring the success of organizations by nurturing and developing human capital. Whereas in the city of Schertz, the Human Resources Department consists of a director of HR and purchasing, a human resource manager, a senior HR generalist, and an HR generalist, and a human resource assistant who has a combined total of over 67 years of experience in the field of human resources. And whereas human resource professionals carry out multiple tasks in an organization, they are the ones who build, maintain, generate, and control company policies to ensure it benefits both the city and the employees within the country's labor laws and best practices. And whereas the City of Schertz Human Resource Professionals oversee the Staff Appreciation Group, Health and Wellness Program, city and department-wide training initiatives, recruit initiatives, Facebook and LinkedIn, provide onboard orientation, benefits, retirements, payroll, lunch webinars, and employee relations for the 460 employees who work for the city. And whereas the Human Resources Professional Day is all about thanking and appreciating the HR professionals who handle the most difficult of situations, including staff negotiating, corporate liaison, and legislation interpreting. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor of the City of Schertz, recognize Human Resources Professional Day, September 26, 2025, in the City of Schertz, and we urge all citizens to thank and appreciate the beneficial services the City of Schertz Human Resource Professionals provide to the employees and community.
Real quick. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to be recognized here today. HR, we are a small team, but on behalf of Leanne and myself, we couldn't do it without the whole team. And in terms of, staff appreciation and the wellness, that's really a collective effort. We work with partners and across the city to make those staff appreciation events happen. So very thankful for all those who step up and contribute. It's really our honor and privilege. We have the greatest employees, and we have the opportunity to work with them at all levels on a daily basis. So, like I said, really our privilege and honor. Thank you so much.
Our next proclamation is Fire Prevention Week, October 5th through the 11th, 2025. And Councilmember Hayward will be reading that proclamation.
Good, thank you.
All right. Fire Prevention Week 2025 proclamation, October 5th through the 11th, 2025. Whereas the City of Schertz is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in the city and visiting. Whereas fire remains a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and the presence of lithium-ion batteries in many household devices introduces unique fire risk. Whereas most of the electronics used in homes daily, including smartphones, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, e-scooters, and toys, are powered by lithium-ion batteries, which, if misused, damaged, or improperly charged, can overheat, start a fire, or explode. Whereas the National Fire Protection Association reports an increase in battery-related fires, underscoring the need for public education on the safe use of lithium-ion batteries. Whereas residents should follow 3 key calls to action: buy only listed products, charge batteries safely, and recycle them responsibly to prevent battery-related fires. Whereas lithium-ion batteries store a large amount of energy in a small space, and improper use of such device, overcharging, use off-brand chargers without safety certification, or exposing batteries to damage can result in fire or explosion. Whereas the proper disposal and recycling of lithium-ion batteries help prevent environmental hazards and reduce fire risk in the home and in the community. And whereas Schertz first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of fires through prevention, safety education, and community outreach. Whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Week theme is Charge into Fire Safety, Lithium-Ion Batteries in Your Home. Serves as a reminder to us the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in homes and in the community. Now therefore be it resolved, I, Allison Hayward, on behalf of the Mayor, Ralph Gutierrez, the City of Schertz, recognize October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as Fire Prevention Week. And I urge all the people in the City of Schertz to check their lithium-ion batteries and follow the National Fire Protection Association's recommendation. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hayward. I'll just speak briefly. Anybody that flies, goes traveling anywhere, the first thing they tell you is, are lithium-ion batteries in your luggage or anything like that? Because it is very dangerous. If it's bad in the air, it's going to be bad on the ground. How we charge them, how we use them, and making sure that we use them properly is very serious. It is becoming a bigger issue. So please, if you have any questions, please reach out to us. We'll be glad to help you. You can do your own research, but I would prefer you call us, and we'll get you to the place you need to be. In addition to that, it is Fire Prevention Week, and we just look at October itself as a whole month. I encourage you to do all the safe things around your house. Check for fire safety issues. We can help you with that. Also, we're getting close to time to check sure your fire detectors, smoke detectors are working properly, and if the batteries are still there, to change those out. Thank you.
So we can't Google?
Well,
We need to call you.
there's a lot of things out there in the world to do.
I can see you, you can see me.
It's amazing with our new toys that we get, they can be hazardous. So it's important to learn the hazards. Thank you, Chief, for providing that info. Okay, we'll move on to city events and announcements. Announcements of upcoming events. Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A few announcements tonight. So on Sunday, September 28th, will be Owl Prowl, and that is at 8:30 p.m. at Crescent Bend Nature Park. Saturday, October 4th, will be the Schertz Hometown Harvest, beginning at 9 a.m. at Pickerel Park Pavilion. On Tuesday, October 7th, we will not have a council meeting, but rather it'll be National Night Out, so hope to see everybody out there in the community. On Monday, October 13th, the city offices will be closed for Columbus Day, and then the next regularly scheduled city council meeting will be on Tuesday, October 14th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two announcements. So in celebration of National Policewoman Day, which took place on September 12th, I'd like to take a minute to honor the remarkable women in our police department. We have Lieutenant Callies, Detective Lafitte, Detective Apgar, Officer Kraft, Officer Almanza, Officer Sterling, and Officer Myers. Their commitment, performance, and self-service truly represents what law enforcement's all about, and we thank them for all they do. Also, in recognition of our first responders on September 11th, Schertz Funeral Home, John Paul II Catholic High School, Tropical Smoothie, HEB, and members of the community, including Ms. Eichler and Ms. Nelly, express their gratitude to the Schertz Police Department and Fire Departments by bringing treats. So thank you for your appreciation and support of our public safety folks. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, announcements and recognitions by the mayor. Have two announcements. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Cherie Courtney. She has received her city secretary certification. Congratulations. Next, I'd like to also express my thank you to Congressman Cuellar for providing funds to our for police cruisers, and also thank the Commissioners Court for allocating 2 of those cruisers to the city of Schertz. Thank you so much. All right, we'll come down to the hearing the residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Now, we do have a public hearing, and we also have a workshop. So there are choices. You may speak during the hearing of residents. You may hold off and speak during the public hearing, or you may speak during the workshop session at our meeting. The choice is yours. You can speak at all 3 of them if you like. Again, that choice is yours. Mayor Pro Tem, please call our first speaker.
First up, DJ Johnson.
Hello, everyone. How are you this evening? Hello, neighbors. How are you all? Good to see you all and meet you all. I'm just here to say thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council, for all that you do for our city, for our community, for us individually, and helping us be a great and better city for our nation. And I just want to say thank you all on behalf of Northcliffe, where I live, and on behalf of my family, who I have my daughter, Attorney Nicole, and my husband. They refused to come up with me tonight, so, but they did come and provide what you are, a little something of our token to just say thank you. And I hope you know how much we love you and how much we pray for you. And I'm sorry I didn't bring anything for you, Cherie, and all the other ladies. And sir, I've forgotten your name already. It's been a long time since I've seen you. But I'll be back, okay, with something for you all. And thank you for this time. And it's so good to see you, Allison and Mark. So good to see you. And of course, Mayor Raff. And I hope I get to know the other ones better than I know you now. So I look forward to getting to know my neighbors too. And God bless you all and have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those words. I appreciate it so much.
Next up, Mark Penshorn and Kathy Penshorn.
Good evening, Mayor Gutierrez, Mr. Williams, City Council members, city staff. I'm Mark Pensarn. I live at 8320 Trainer Hill Road. And you may be wondering why I'm here tonight, because it's nothing on the agenda that really applies to me. I'm here tonight because I spoke with Mayor Gutierrez this past June after the Chamber of Commerce luncheon. The conversation turned to his desire to extend FM 3009 across FM 78 and the Cibolo Creek to I-10. I told him that was a reasonably good goal as long as the bridge over the creek was at a 100-year flood elevation. He hesitated and said that that might be not enough funding for such a bridge. I responded that I would be opposed to a lower bridge as being unsafe. A couple of weeks later, on July 4th, everyone here knows what happened on the Upper Guadalupe River. It brought back to me vivid memories of October of 1998, when I had to run away from my home. I decided that I should come back and talk to y'all while the July 4th flood is still not yet a distant memory. I'm one of the very few people that you will ever meet who knows the history of the Cibolo Creek flooding in this area going back 173 years. I was 15 in 1972 when the largest flood in nearly 60 years hit Schertz. It inundated the mobile home park that was located where Pickerel Park is now. People at that time wondered if it was bigger than the Great Flood of 1913, which was the previous big flood. My grandfather was 27 years old in 1913, and he told me that the floods were similar, but that the 1913 flood might have been larger. There are no official records going back that far, so we will never know. Official records at the Selma Gauging Station near Lookout Road go back to 1946. That gauging station, however, recorded a peak flow of 98,000 cubic feet per second in the 1998 flood. For comparison's sake, Niagara Falls' average daily flow during peak tourist season is 106,000 cubic feet per second. The daily average at Selma is 0, by the way. Schertz, as you know, is located in Flash Flood Alley, the nickname for the geographic area along the Balcones Escarpment, and reported to be the most flood-prone area in the United States of America. I urge you to keep all that in mind as you plan on bridging the Cibolo Creek with such a significant thoroughfare. Don't let the single-digit daily stream flow near the CCMA plant fool you. The Cibolo Creek will become a torrent unexpectedly once again. Please find funding to build a high, safer bridge above the 100-year floodplain when you get around to it. I brought each of you a copy of the USGS report of the 1998 flood event, which is kind of buried in their archives, as well as a copy of the peak flow history at the Selma Gauge since 1946. I also brought you all a copy of the book entitled Flash Floods in Texas, which goes into detail about the major Texas floods from around 1890 until the flood of 2002. I urge you all to take a good look at it. More are available on Amazon if you each want a copy. I didn't think to get everyone one. One of the things that kept Schertz relatively safe in 1998 was the fact that the flood came in daylight hours. It was a massive inundation. If it had happened at night, I think everyone in Crescent Bend and everyone in Pecan Grove would not be with us anymore. It was a massive amount of water. And if you look at the flood data up at Selma, there's another flood station down at I-10. That went into service in 2007. The difference between those two elevations can sometimes be very marked. The little flood we had on the 12th of June, everyone remembers that too. 13 people died in San Antonio that day. And we had high water rescues, I believe, in Cibolo. I don't know if were they in Schertz? I don't remember. In any event, the gauging station at Selma gauged 4,000 cubic feet per second. The one at I-10 was 8,000 cubic feet per second. There's roughly 30 square miles of flood basin between the Selma station and the I-10 station. That includes everything west of FM 3009 in the city of Schertz, most of Universal City, part of the 1604 Lookout Road area, the eastern half of Randolph, all before you get to a bridge that would go across the Cibolo Creek by the wastewater treatment plant. So any weird rain event can be extremely deadly. I live in a house that is on the same site that my grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents lived in. And there was actually a house on that site when they arrived in 1852. That house has never had floodwater in it, but it's been real close. You may also not realize that the 1997 flood was, at that time, the biggest flood ever recorded on the Cibolo Creek. And it did not rain in Schertz. It rained upstream, north of Selma, mostly in the Bernie area. I can tell you a lot more about floods. If you want to hear it, I'm happy to come in and talk to you guys as a group. I'm not a hydrologist. I'm not a meteorologist. I'm an almost retired dentist, but I have a lot of local history that most people don't have. Anyway, thank you for your time and attention. Please pay attention to the water. It's hard to do that in a drought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Next up, Daniel Jameson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. It's food time. As most of y'all know, every third Saturday of the month is breakfast for the VFW. The community is always welcome. First responders, our police force, our fire, our EMS, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, everybody in the community. We're located at 1000 FM 78. We got the howitzer and the tank in front of it with the flags either at half staff or full staff. American flag on top, POW, MIA flag right below it, because some of y'all have served in combat zones. You may have been a prisoner of war or missing in action. So please come by, get an all-you-can-eat breakfast. $12, you can't beat the price and you can't beat the food. Some of you council members have already tried it, so you know what I'm talking about. Good food, all you can eat, eggs to order, pancakes, well, not pancakes, waffles, biscuits, gravy, sausage, hash browns, bacon, coffee, all you can drink, orange juice, water, and a beautiful atmosphere. By all means, please come and support your local veterans, because most of y'all here on council have served in the military, so you know veterans like to eat, and food is one of our top priorities. Thank you.
Next, Michelle Turelski.
Michelle Turelski, 705 Maryland Drive, Schertz. Mayor, Council, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Santee. I'd like to talk about transparency, communication, and feedback. But before I do that, I want to tell you a story. Years ago, there used to be a liquor store right beside what is now Arlen's Grocery. And the liquor store owner would take his parrot in a cage and put it outside for fresh air in the morning. Well, one of the ladies that moved into Clyde Ford Center would go over and get her groceries. She goes over and gets her groceries, and she comes out, and she passes the parrot, and the parrot says, "Hey, lady." She turns around, and the parrot says, "You're ugly." So she gets all huffy and she goes back. Next week, she comes out, she goes to the grocery store, gets her groceries, comes back out, passes the parrot. Parrot says, "Hey, lady." She turns around again. The parrot says, "You're ugly." So the third week, she goes in, comes out with her groceries, same thing. The parrot yells, "Hey, lady." She turns around, "You're ugly." So she gets mad. She goes in, talks to the liquor store owner, and he apologizes. And he says, "I'll talk to the parrot. Please, I apologize." She goes on. She comes back the next week, goes in, gets her groceries, comes back by the parrot. The parrot says, "Hey, lady." She turns around. The parrot says, "You know." So, counsel, transparency, communication, and feedback. You know.
Maggie Titterington.
Good evening, Council. Just a few updates. I know some of you all were present at the Northeast Partnership meeting, but we are really excited that some of the things on our legislative agenda at the Chamber did not pass and did pass. So one of the big things that we've been trying to fight for about 2 or 3 years is where they're trying to force small businesses and tell them that they have to provide PTO to their employees, whereas as a small business, we fight that, and I think every small business has the right to offer whatever benefits they want to offer. And so HB 841 was proposed to force these small businesses to have to offer PTO in certain increments, and it did not pass. One of the things that did pass was HB 5629, and that was dealing with military service veterans and their spouses, that when they come here to Texas and they have licenses in other states, they were not able to practice at that time. They would have to get validated by their particular state, but as long as their licenses are in good standing when they come here with their spouses, they are able to practice, and so that did pass. We were very excited about that. And the last one, among others, is HB 346, and that was expediting. The state will expedite the business filings to establish small businesses. So small businesses would go in and try to file, and they would have to go through yards and yards of red tape. And so now it's been expedited, and they can get their businesses open sooner. So those are 3 of about 7 different legislative items during the session that did pass. We're very excited about it, or were not supported, and equally excited about that. On October 8th, just wanted to remind you all, Meet the Candidates for the City of Schertz will be happening on October 8th at the Schertz Civic Center from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And it will not only be those running for Schertz City Council, but it is also for the school board, the trustees. This is being sponsored by Schertz Bank and Trust. We're very grateful for them for doing this. And again, we have sent out invitations to those candidates and those incumbents to please join us. We will be moderating it, and it is a time for residents to be able to come up to the microphone and to be able to ask questions to the candidates about what platforms they're running on and any other questions they may have. Last but not least, next weekend, not this weekend, September 26th and 27th is our RE/MAX Skylight Balloon Fest, 9th annual. Very excited. Mayor Gutierrez will be there for opening ceremonies on the Friday with the 2 other mayors from Selma and Cibolo. It is going to be from 5 to 9 on the 26th. On Saturday, we have a morning balloon launch. It's totally free to the public. It'll be in the parking lot of Retama Park, and that's at 7 a.m. And then we will open up to the public again at Retama Park from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. There's going to be live music, over 100 vendors, food trucks. Spasmatics are featured on Saturday night and Chasing Keys on Friday night. Tickets are online. I'm wrapping it up, Sheila. Tickets are online at skylightballoonfest.com. Thank you.
And that's all tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on. Consent agenda items are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for public viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes. Item number 2, appointments, reappointments, and resignations of the City of Schertz boards and commissions. Item number 3, resolution number 25R120. Item number 4, resolution number 25R117. Item number 5, resolution number 25R119. Item number 6, resolution number 25R122. Item number 7, resolution number 25R126. Item number 8, resolution number 25R135. Item number 9, resolution number 25R131. And item number 10, resolution number 25R130. Council, do any of these need to be removed for separate action? Councilmember Davis.
Item number 7, please.
Item number 7 has been removed. Move for discussion. Okay, any others? Is there a motion to approve items 1 through 6 and 8 through 10?
So move.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Watson and second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections, motion passes. Before we move on to discussion item number 7, Councilmember Hayward would like to make a few comments regarding our boards and committees.
Yes, Mayor. Tonight, for our Parks and Recs, we have one of the new appointments we just voted on. Will be an alternate, and he's in the audience, Mr. Rodriguez Harvey. Would you please stand so you can be recognized? Thank you for coming out, and I will tell you that he will be a fantastic... And I will tell you, I think he will be a fantastic addition to the Parks and Recs Board. He does have some background. So thank you and welcome. Thank you for coming out and welcome to the board.
Okay, we'll move on to discussion item number 7, resolution number 25R126, authorizing a Schertz Main Street Area Preservation Incentive Program grant for 420 Curtis Street. All right, Mr. Davis, council's yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, boy, our volume's really turned up tonight. I had some concerns about this, the way it was presented in here. I know we had previously approved a historic grant for the structure of the house itself.
Yes, sir.
And it just seemed odd to me that the owners were not going to go with that one, but then requested one for a carport. The concern I had was, when we looked at the historic nature of facilities and historic grants, we had a discussion before about not including things that were not generally open to the public, like bathrooms and kitchens and interior parts.
Right.
We focused on the exterior of the structure so it was compliant with the structure.
Yes, sir.
When I first read this, I had a concern about it because, a carport sort of doesn't really meet what you would, an outbuilding, for example, does not really play into the historic nature of that. I did go out and look at the facility today, and I did look at it online. As I understand it, and I just want to make sure that I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
This structure, if we're calling it a carport, we're calling it a carport, but this structure was actually built at the same time as the house in 1940, correct?
We believe it was, yeah. So there are 2 accessory structures. There's the one on the side up by the road. That is a more recent, so that's not eligible. But this one was built as a garage with a carport overhang, and that we believe was built from the records at the time of the house. And I don't disagree with you. Just for clarification, the applicant initially applied for the grant for the roof of the primary structure. They ended up not getting into their business with insurance paying for that. And so with the insurance paying for it, they didn't need the grant because they weren't expending their own funds for it. At that point, they came back and said, could we use it on the historic accessory structure? And again, the way the grant has been used is because it's limited for residential to those sort of exterior features, roofs, bricks, repointing, things like that. We treated it as a residential, applied it to this, and it's eligible for it. We did have some questions like that at historic preservation. You can sort of see it, it's back a little ways, but the idea of this grant, I think, and that's why staff recommended what we did, is it's to preserve the integrity of those historic structures. And so you don't want the roofs to fail and things like that, thus staff's recommendation.
Yeah, that's why I went out and looked at it. I just wanted to make sure that I was in sync with this. I did see the other structure. From what I saw on the county appraisal district, there is a garage detached residential which is the smaller of the two structures, that is built in 1992.
Yes, sir.
I would think that that wouldn't apply, but the other garage/carport residential is the larger structure, about 400 square feet, and that was, according to the county, built in 1940, the same as the main residence.
That's right. We
So I
even
want to make
had-
sure that was the same structure we're talking about. When I did look at it, it does have a metal roof that matches the house itself.
Yes, sir. That's the structure. We even worked with the applicant to pull information they had. We even had our building inspections folks go out and look to see if they could make a determination which was the more recent of the structures to try to gauge the age. So while we're not 100% sure, we're pretty confident that that's the historic structure and again would be eligible. And that was the reason for this one. And so can certainly do a better job next time providing a bit more information in the staff report.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if there's no other discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve Resolution 25R126.
Second.
Have a motion made by Councilmember Davis and second by Councilmember Watson. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to discussion item number 11. Resolution number 25R125, amending the Main Street Area Preservation Incentive Program and the Main Street Local Flavor Economic Development Program. All right, Mr. James. That's 12. No, I read 11. My apologies, I redid my notes. Okay, number 11 is ordinance number 25T1038, authorizing an amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Okay.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Walters. I'm the Finance Director here for the City of Schertz. We are at the end of the current fiscal year, and as such, there are some adjustments to be made to the current budget, both that have been brought before Council before, as whenever authorizing contracts, and some others that came through just due to some other unexpected situations. The first one we'll mention is for City Council, the city election budget was $90,000. This was an adjustment of $90,000. Election due to overages during the special elections and the runoffs, those are additional costs that weren't budgeted into the original proposal. Police personnel, $546,000. Though we had lower than expected vacancy rate. So one of the things we had done a couple years ago was that we noticed that PD had larger vacancy rates, so they had more turnover and longer periods where positions would go unfilled. Just due to some feedback, we thought that was pay related. We did the class and comp study and we updated the pay ranges, and so now we're in the second full year of that. We noticed that it seems to have worked. So not only were we able to hire all our vacant positions, if Council also remembers, we hired the 5 other SRO officers that we had budgeted, but it budgeted at $0. So we got the positions ready, and we came back like, hey, if we can fill them, we will. And so once we filled up our current positions, we came back, we hired 5 additional officers at the request of the school district after the last latest legislation requiring an officer at every school. Under the pools, we had additional water utility as well as repairs. Also related to the utilities to refill up the pool. That was above and beyond what we had anticipated. Under the finance, we have $6,000 of operating costs. We did invest with our investment management firm, Hancock Whitney, at a higher rate this year in order to stretch out some funds a little bit longer in anticipation of a lowering interest rate by the Federal Reserve, which maybe we'll see that soon. They were talking about it for a year now, but maybe it's about to come to fruition. So in anticipation of that, we did invest more with our investment advisor and stretch out some funds. That cost additional management fees. Under building maintenance, we have $20,000 of additional supplies needed for emergency maintenance repairs throughout city buildings and facilities. Project transfers, We have $248,000 for transfers out. This was the balance related to the project of pedestrian routes and sidewalks. So basically, all the sidewalks we bought on Live Oak Road, a big portion of that was done via grant related. This is the city's portion of that. So this is a plan to come from the general fund. We weren't sure when it would be needed. Now that we're ready to close the project, this is where that comes from. This was approved in the original contract agreement. But we didn't come in over on other areas. Some other areas are going to help fund these higher costs. Legal services reduced that by $10,000. So we're adjusting to our actual costs related to this, to the legal services this year. Public affairs, we had some savings on personnel, a little bit higher vacancy rate we saw there, $15,000. Same thing in engineering, $8,835. Streets, about $40,000 to the higher vacancy rate. And we're just going to move some, we did have higher personnel costs in parks. However, we also brought in a lot more money than we had thought for 4th of July proceeds, utility payments from the CISA GRACA folks. Recreation programs generate a lot more revenue than we thought, as well as the senior center meals, donations and fees that we collect, which offset all the parks. Those are all parks related fees that came in higher than expected, so it covers their expenses. For the remainder amount, we did recognize a bunch or additional sales taxes throughout this year. We talked about during the budget process that around the June time frame, we had a big investment here in the city of Schertz. We were thinking one time. They have not taken that back away from us, so we believe that is attributed correctly to our city at this time, and those will fund the remaining amounts outstanding. If council has any questions over the adjustments, please feel free and let me know, and I'll answer the best I can.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve ordinance number 25T038?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Hayward and second by Councilmember Watson. Any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 12. Resolution number 25R125, amending the Main Street Area Preservation Incentive Program and the Main Street Local Flavor Economic Development Program. Mr. James.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. As you know, we have a couple of, based on the item that we just talked about, a couple of different Main Street grants. One is the Local Economic Flavor Development Grant. It's intended for businesses along Main Street. The other is the Main Street Area Schertz Historical Preservation Grant. That one is for properties, again, in the designated area, as well as properties with the landmark property status. As happens periodically, we get questions about the program, different things come up, and we look to amend those. And that's what we're proposing to do tonight. So a couple of the questions that came up for us on this one is, one had to do with those landmark properties that don't have a structure on them, because as we talked about, the grant is intended to make repairs to structures. But we do have some properties that have been designated as landmark properties that don't have a structure, and so how would they apply for a grant to make improvements to the property, particularly if the project is not to build an actual structure, a house, a building, things like that. And so in particular, the quest came up with regard to one of the cemeteries in Schertz that wanted to make improvements, again, to attract folks out there to learn about the history of it, things like that. And so the recommendation out of the Historic Preservation Committee and then through the Main Street Committee was to essentially amend the preservation grant to create a grant category similar to the flat work grant in the local flavor. And so this allows for people to apply 50-50 matching funds for improvements to the property that are not for a new structure. So again, the way that grant program works is those improvements would have to go before the Schertz Historic Preservation Committee and then come to City Council for approval. So that's the first amendment. The next question had to do with how do we treat multifamily structures for both of those sort of grants? And as Councilman Davis maybe asked with his questions, what ultimately came out of that from the recommendation was to, for the economic development grant, A structure is eligible for that grant if it has a commercial component to it. So if you've got a building and they've got an office or storefront on the ground floor, and then in the upper level a residence, or in the back attached a residence, then it would be eligible for that economic development grant going forward. But if it's simply an apartment building, be it a duplex or 4 units or something like that, that wouldn't be eligible for the economic flavor grant. It could apply for the historic grant as a residence and receive the funds for approval. And so those are the two changes tonight, allowing the new flat work element for the historic preservation grant and clarifying for the economic development grant that if a structure has a commercial component and a residential, then the grant can be used for that building. And so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve resolution number 25R125?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Councilmember Watson and second by Mayor Pro Tem Brown. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections, motion passes. We'll move on to item number 13, resolution number 25R127, approving a Schertz Main Street Local Flavor Economic Development Grant for 534 Main Street. Mr. James.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason this one's on the agenda where it is because it depended on that last item you just approved. 534 Main, in case you don't know, is Sue Stitch and Sew. They have to have some HVAC work done. Again, they contacted us beforehand as the grant allows for. And so as we ran that amendment process through, it's for them to then apply and receive that grant. Because again, in this building, if you've been in it, it's got Sue Stitch and Sew, the business on the ground floor, it's got a residential unit with it. So fairly straightforward on this one. So staff recommends approval of the grant.
All right, council, floor is open for discussion. See none, is there a motion to approve resolution number 25R127?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Hayward, second by Councilmember Watson. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections, motion passes. We'll move on to item number 14, resolution number 25R129, authorizing a contract with the Cibolo Creek Municipal Authority, CCMA, for the expansion of the South Wastewater Treatment Plant. Mr. James.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is a fairly substantial item, one of the biggest we've seen in a number of years, and that caption may sort of belie the importance of it. This item is to authorize the interlocal agreement between the City of Schertz and Cibolo Creek Municipal Authority, more fondly known as CCMA, to expand the South Treatment Plant. You may recall staff came in April. We talked about the fact that the new plant was up and running. We have flows going through it. But essentially, with all the growth and development we've had, and then because of a couple different factors, the settlement with GVSUD and then Cibolo opting into it, which the agreement allowed them 10 years to make that decision, we were essentially out of capacity. So we needed to get moving to move the expansion forward. And so credit to CCMA for working so quickly on this. Clint Ellis is in back, not hiding, but just sitting in back with his glasses. He is the general manager of CCMA. He's happy to answer any questions. But essentially what this does is this authorizes that to move forward. And lays out the terms of that. Now, I will say this, before a debt issuance is done, they've got to come back to us and seek approval, and at that point, we'll know definitively on some of those numbers. But essentially, this is a big, expensive project, as sewer costs are. I will say that the agreement, the interlocal, is between just the city of Schertz and CCMA. So it's not a tri-party agreement like the last one. It was cleaner to do this separately. But the city of Cibolo approved essentially the same agreement, different capacity that they need at their last meeting. So again, as with the current plant, Schertz and Cibolo and CCMA are moving forward on the expansion, but again, our agreement is simply with the city or with CCMA, separate from there. So at some point when we come back for the debt issuance, lay out those costs, it could be that, you know, they want to adjust the size of theirs or something based on that. But again, this isn't getting any less expensive going forward. The other thing that this does is lays out one thing that wasn't necessarily clear before, which is the CCMA sewer impact fees that the city of Schertz collects on behalf of CCMA, that those impact fees collected in our city will go to offset our costs on the plant to sort of buy that down. And then obviously what's collected in Cibolo will go to offset their cost going forward. So it's a big number, but this is something we talked about at length in April. And so staff is recommending approval of this agreement, obviously understanding the provision that it'll come back to you before that debt issuance when we know the kind of exact cost and things like that. But obviously we want CCMA and Cibolo does as well to move as quickly as possible to get the expansion done and up and running for the plant. So with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right, council, floor is open for discussion. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve resolution number 25R129?
So moved.
Second.
A motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Brown and second by Councilmember Watson. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you to Clint Ellis and his team for their fast work on this. We greatly appreciate the partnership.
All right, we'll move on to item number 15, resolution number 25R132, the selection of a candidate for the TML Region 7 Director's election. Ms. Edmondson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. Tonight I bring forward Resolution 25R132. It's a resolution for the City Council of the City of Schertz to cast its official ballot for a candidate for the Texas Municipal League, TML, Region 7 Board of Directors. We do have 2 candidates that you can select from. They were in your packet. The first one is Mr. Ed Simmons. He's a council member from Live Oak. And the second candidate is Ms. Norma Sanchez-Stevens, council member from the city of Cibolo.
Thank you, Ms. Edmondson. Now, council, we can actually select from this, or there is another option. The Northeast Partnership is having their meeting next week, and they'd like to cast all their votes for the candidate that, based on our discussion, that we select at that point. So we could either have the election here and I will cast the vote based on your discussion, or you can allow me to cast the vote during our meeting at the Northeast Partnership. That option is available also. So we'll open it up for discussion. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Yeah, I'm fine with you going to the Northeast Partnership with that. I don't see any issues with that. It's a good forum because that'd be representing all of the different cities in Region 7.
Okay. All right. Council, any other comments? I need at least 3 members to agree with me. I am a voting member on this one, so we got 2 votes already. Councilmember Watson, are you okay with that? Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Brown.
All right. Then I will go ahead and hold on the vote until we have our discussion on Wednesday with the Northeast Partnership, and we will cast all 13 votes for the candidate that we choose at that point. All right, thank you all so much. All right, we will move on to our next item. We have a public hearing. Resolution number 25R101, conduct a public hearing regarding annexation versus land use regulations related to Resolution 25R101, special election for properties within 5-mile boundary of JBSA Randolph. Following the public hearing, we will have a 45-minute workshop session where we can have open dialogue between the residents, the council, and the staff to address any questions or concerns you may have. So at this point, we will do the public hearing. Once again, you may speak at the public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes once the presentation is, and then we'll have the workshop discussion where we can actually answer your questions and have that open dialogue, okay? Ms. Edmondson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. Tonight is our second public hearing for the Special Election Resolution 25R101. Our first public hearing was September 1st, 2025, and again, this is the second today, September 16th. The Special Election Resolution 24R101 is that on August 5th of 2005, the City Council of the City of Schertz passed that resolution ordering a special election. It is for the submission to qualified voters of a specific area in that section 43, pursuant to the section 43.0017 of the Texas Local Government Code, to offer the question of whether such area is situated within the City of Schertz ETJ and within 5 miles of Joint Base Randolph boundary should be annexed into the city, or whether the city shall be provided with the authority to adopt and enforce an ordinance regulating the land use in the area in the manner most recommended by the most recent joint land use study. There are only 2 options for this election under the state law. Here is a map of the areas that will have an opportunity to vote in the special election. It's the green areas. Proposition A, the first option is option 1, yes to annexation when asked for the City of Schertz shall annex for full purpose certain areas of the city's ETJ jurisdiction within the 5 miles boundary of the Joint Base San Antonio Randolph. Option 1 would authorize the City of Schertz to annex and full purpose annexation the certain areas of the ETJ, and the following services would be provided on the effective date of annexation. Option 2 is no annexation, but with land use regulations. Option 2 would authorize the City of Schertz, instead of annexation to the area, to adopt and enforce the ordinance regulating the land use zoning recommended by the most recent joint land use study. In the election, the option which receives the most votes will affect all the properties on the map. In terms of notifications of public hearings, a certified letter was sent out on August 12, 2025 to all the affected areas with a copy of the resolution, an explanation of the special election, and a map of the areas that are affected in the city's ETJ. As of date, we received, I did get new numbers. Sorry. We still have 130. 57 of those certified letters were returned, so not accounted for is 16. A question is, who can vote? Owners of the property. If you have registered to vote and your address is one of the listed properties, you can vote in this election. B, if you have not registered to vote using your address in one of the listed properties, you cannot vote in this election. Number 2, renters who live at one of the listed properties and have registered to vote with that address can vote in the special election. All registered voters who reside at an address can vote in this special election. For example, if your household has 4 registered voters, all 4 can vote in the special election. Number 4, if you own one or more of the listed properties, you can only vote once. I'll turn it over to Mr. James.
So as Sheila mentioned, the second option, not annexation, is land use regulations consistent with the most recent JLUS study. That JLUS study, Joint Land Use Study, was approved in 2015, adopted by council, and it's only those regulations supported by that the city could impose, those land use regulations. The mechanism we would choose to do this would likely be requiring property owners to obtain permits or approvals prior to constructing things or making a change or receiving a certificate of occupancy. And then violations would be dealt with through the same process we do within the city to try to correct those. Again, part of what we've heard is the scope. Again, I'd really encourage folks to read the JLUS themselves. It's up on our website. It references a number of different subzones, and so again, we'd have different kind of regulations for each subzones, or some things would apply more rigidly to some areas than others. And again, generally, these are the zoning ordinance subdivision regulations, strategies, but to be clear, we wouldn't necessarily enforce them through zoning or subdivision regulations, but for folks looking, that's where I'd spend the most time to say, well, what kind of regulations are we talking about? But those include prohibiting certain land uses within noise contours. The JLUS talks about in the higher noise contours, certain land uses are not desirable. Again, the challenge is that's not every property we're talking about here, but it's some of them. So this is where some apply, some others. Limitation on the height of structures, to not go over a certain height or even have cranes over a certain height during construction. Lighting regulations, limitations on density or floor area ratios, regulations to reduce potentially bird strikes, and perhaps some general restrictions on the land uses. But again, some would apply to some areas, some other areas, which makes this a bit kind of complicated with that. Again, what we've talked about is we hold off making the final decision until we have these public hearings, the one last meeting and this meeting, fully hear from residents, and then again, as Councilman Westbrook stated last meeting, and what staff had planned to do is, we'll then, based on this feedback we've heard and feedback tonight, we'll go craft the framework of that regulation, come back at one of the October meetings and say, all right, here's what we're thinking about doing. Let council say, yeah, that's what we had in mind. I would assume hear from the residents and property owners again to say, this is what we're okay with, this is what we wish you'd change. Council can give direction. Again, after the election, council would have to adopt this via ordinance and kind of implement it. But again, the idea is to try to give as much clarity as we can in October before the election at what we anticipated, so folks kind of know what they're getting into moving forward. And so that's essentially it. And then we'll hear from folks tonight and kind of go from there, try to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. James. All right. This item is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject? You can come up and state your name and address. Going once.
Jarrett Duke, 9028 Ware Road. So I am in the affected area and had a question, or rather, I know this is rather, I guess, the question I'd like to put in your head is, it's related to actually I think, resolution number item 13 on our agenda, which was the South Sewage Treatment Plant. And based on where my property is located, I am gathering that is the sewage treatment plant that would be applicable to me, except there is no sewer line anywhere near my property. And that's going to come at a large expense to the city. And so while I understand that we're talking about the scope of the ordinances, I do want to bring up that it seems like maybe the annexation part might be premature if we haven't figured out the sewage issue. Thank you for the council's time and attention.
Is there anyone else like to address the council? All right, going once.
My name is Steve Slate, 8600 Quailwood Run. I want to start with an analogy, and this is If I got with a lot of the members of the city of Schertz and we came up with a resolution and we said, we don't know which option we're going to choose, but this is your option. Number one, you can resign, or number two, you can be fired. And I'm going to give you guys the vote on voting on that. How would you feel about that? Because that's exactly what you're doing to us. There's no option three. We have no representation. None of you up there represent any of us. We didn't vote for you. And we can get into Senate Bill 2038 if we need to, about how the state has now gone into effect in September that strips some of the power from taking ETJs away from our area and so forth. But my whole point is you want give us option A, annex us in. We don't want that. And I can already tell you, you guys don't want that because it's going to cost you way too much money to put in sewage in our roads and everything. That's why you haven't done it since 1978, since we've lived out there. Two, if we don't vote, option two goes into effect. And option two, what do we get out of option two? Can someone tell me what we get out of option two? It just seems like a power grab is what this is, an overreach of government. We're not represented, we didn't vote for you guys, and you guys are telling us what we can do and what we can't do with our property when we've had free reign up until this point. Isn't that what government's about, representation? Looking at what the woman said over there, 73 people still don't know what's going on. How are you going to put to a vote without a third of the people not even knowing what's going to happen to them? Isn't that premature? And I guess what I want to emphasize is you guys are going about it whatever way you guys normally do, but what do we get out of this? Because option two is what's going to happen. You're giving us the right to vote for something we don't even want. And my question is why can't there be a third option put on there? Leave us alone. And I just want to add this really quick. I came up here last time and I said, I've had problems with the city of Schertz since day one. And about, a month or so ago, a water main broke in front of my house. I called, took me 3 separate calls to actually get to a live person, and then it took them a week to come out to fix it. And someone up here, I'm not going to mention, flippantly said, well, the reason you don't get service is because you're not in the city of Schertz. Well, let me ask you this. If I'm paying the city of Schertz, you're responsible for that. And if you take a week to fix your own water leak, what does that say about you? And what does that say to all of us? If we do number 2 passes, are you going to take care of us? You control us, but there's no responsibility on your part.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to address the council?
Rod Ellison, 12762 Woman Hollering Road. I am retired after 31 years in the Air Force. We always said, when you're in the military, you don't participate in democracy, you just defend democracy. You salute smartly and you follow orders. But that was the military. I've been here for several meetings and we have discussed the things that were going on in our area and what I've seen on the council as it's changed. The last time I addressed you, that was another council that made those promises to you. And the issue there is, it doesn't matter who was sitting on the council and what promises were made, which were, if you allow us to become part of the Schertz, we will leave you alone. It will always be a rural area and you guys can do what you want to do. And that was changed, and that's no longer the master plan. It was going to be minimum 5-acre plots, no less than 5-acre plots. Obviously, that's changed. But that wasn't this council. That was a council that was 10 years ago. It doesn't matter to us. You have this council, the council previous to you, you have lied to us, you have bullied us. When I talked the last time, it was about the flood that went over 1518 that went out to St. Hedwig when we lost 6 people because the drainage was so bad that when they left for school in the morning, Joey Velasquez was driving his 4 girls to school and his youngest daughter was swept away. It was because of the consequences of this council, and not one of you showed up for his memorial service for his daughter. You make decisions and they have secondary and tertiary consequences, and you do not stand behind them. Why should we trust you with anything? Why should we trust you when you have lied to us? You've gone back on what you've told us. We don't want to be under your jurisdiction because you have done nothing to stand behind it. Again, it doesn't matter that you weren't sitting in those seats, someone was. We have a representative democracy here. And it doesn't matter who is sitting in the seats when the laws are passed, you stand behind that. That is our Constitution. That is what my father served for. That is what I have served for. That is what my son is currently serving for. And you folks seem to have forgotten that. I'm not talking to all of you because I've talked to some of you privately and I know you don't agree, but we would just say thank you, no thank you. You're going to do option 2B, and you will do whatever you want to do. But this is not the American way. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address the council? Going once. Going twice. All right. The public hearing is closed. We are formally suspending this portion of resolution number 25R101, and we will start our workshop portion regarding 25R01 and answer any questions or concerns that you may have. Now, I did allow 45 minutes for questions. So, when we open the mic, please come, ask your question, have a seat, and then if there's time, you can come back and ask a second question, a third question. Again, I left 45 minutes to answer each question you may have, but I want to make sure everybody gets an equal opportunity for that question. So you ask your question, get back in line, and we'll address the second question. The time is now 7:22. We will start our workshop regarding this resolution. Okay. Questions? You have the council here, you have our city staff. Now we can have an open dialogue. Please come and ask your question and we will answer your question.
Good evening. Mayor, Council, Raymond Torgerson, 8795 Quailwood Run. And what I'm looking for is a little clarification, and it was highlighted by another member out in our community that we have 73 people, properties that either didn't respond or there was nothing, 17, 50 something and 17. So my question has to do with, it says in the letter that you sent us, in talking about the special election, leaving your ballot blank or voting for option 1 or 2 will result in authorizing option 2. So you've got 73 properties that either didn't respond, didn't pick up their mail, lost, whatever the reason is. So are those 73, and like my household, there's 2 of us, so there's 2 votes there. So are they vote not counted at all, or are those votes going to be proposition 2, or option 2? So in other words, if somebody didn't vote that's in that property, those numbers of property, is it automatically number 2?
Okay, let's go ahead and answer the question. If you can please have a seat. Would you like to answer that? Okay, I'll answer the question.
yeah.
I'll answer the question. Those that didn't respond to the registered mail and they don't vote, they will not count as a no vote or one or a B. It won't count either way. It's only the number of people that actually cast the vote that will determine the outcome. So if there's 100 of you that come up and 50 vote one way and 50 vote the other way, it will be option B. If there is 3 individuals in the household, each one has a vote. Okay? So those will not count. The people that did not return the mail, the registered mail that was not delivered is not a counted vote against either one. Okay, next question.
Steve Slate, 8600 Quillwood Run. Why is there not an option 3? Why is there not an option 3 to let our actual voice be heard to say no, we don't want this, period?
Thank you for that question. All right. Who'd like to answer that one? Mr. James?
Go ahead.
Why is there not an option C?
So there's not, this isn't going to make folks happy, but this is technically the answer, right? So state law, the provision, 430117, provides for 2 options. You can have an election, and one choice is annexation, the other is land use. Again, to the folks out there saying, we don't want any of this, we don't want either options, that goes to the policy decision that council made to say, look, we have concerns about the potential impacts of the areas in the ETJ on Randolph, and we have such concern over that we want to move forward with this option, and that's essentially what it is. So the reason there are only 2 options is that's what state law provides for if the city chooses to call for this election.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right. Next question.
Then with that in mind, the question is why now? Because as the resolution says, the services must be provided on the day of annexation. It sounds like the wastewater facilities are not even equipped to handle additional homes, additional wastewater that hasn't been scaled or accounted for. And so if we're voting now and annexation is not actually going to happen for multiple years when a lot of these council members may no longer be here, why are we doing it now? That's my question.
Okay. Let me try a couple parts to your question, so let me try that. So in terms of why this is being done now, it's because council earlier this year called for a work session, and they had called for one at the later part of last year to discuss this issue. And council felt that there was enough concern, and this is me speculating, I don't speak for council as a body, but from a staff perspective, what we believe to be the motivation is there's enough concern about development that's occurring that something could happen to negatively impact Randolph. And that's not to say they didn't have that concern 10 years ago or 5 years ago or 3 years ago, but I think as development continues, as the state limits further the city's ability to regulate in some areas generally, that they decided now was the time to move forward with this provision, which again is the provision that the state put in place to enable cities to deal with these potential negative impacts on military bases. And again, you're not going to like this answer, not to get philosophical, but if you live here in Texas and you're registered to vote in Texas, then you vote for your state legislatures, your state senator and your congressperson, and they were the ones who passed this law. So I would say, well, yeah, you don't have a right to vote in Schertz. You had a voice in electing the folks that empowered city council to have this potential to do this. And
Please.
Let me finish. You had the option to
Please
vote
let
for
him
those
finish.
people who put that in place. As to the sewer question, so if the option of annexation is chosen, then the city will have to develop that annexation service plan, but generally the city provides utilities upon annexation in the same manner it does in other parts of the city. So when you're annexed, or any property is annexed, in Schertz or another city in Texas, immediately the city doesn't go out and build brand new divided roadways in front of every property. We don't build water lines in front of every property. We don't build sewer lines throughout every single property. So properties in the city, when they want to develop and there's no sewer, they have to pay to extend sewer. That's the way development works in Texas, and that's what it would work here. So again, we're required to provide services in the same manner we do with similarly situated areas in the city. And so if you walked in and said, hey, this election happened, we chose annexation, which again, to be blunt, I don't think is what's going to happen. Again, history's not proven that. But then we would have to provide services. So there certainly are some areas of the properties that are under for this election. So off Gladys, Elvira, potentially off Woman Hollering Road, that we would have to look at and say, does that have infrastructure at the same level? And the city may be required to go in and make those improvements. But generally off Ware Road, we've got a lot of roads out there that don't have sewer service, so the city wouldn't have to. And again, as development comes in, they have to provide those connections to service. And so while we're running out of capacity at the South plant, there's plenty of capacity at the OJR plant. And as others properties in Schertz have been told, that's where you've got to get to sewer. Again, as we've seen with cases up in northern Schertz in Comal County, we've had developers come in and they've been required to make those extensions to extend sewer to their property. And so that's how it would happen in this case, just like everywhere else in the city. It's done everywhere on annexation.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right, please, mic's open.
My name's John Flores. I live at 11218 Flores Luna Road. Now again, I just finished coming out from the hallway talking to Clint from the sewer plant and finding out with him that it wasn't the sewer plant who put the sewer line through the drainage ditch, which used to be my property. It was the city of Schertz. So the city of Schertz put a sewer line through the drainage ditch. Am I correct? Yes? No? Do you know?
Well, please have a seat. We'll answer the question.
City of Schertz? Did you put the sewer line through there? Okay.
I don't know. If you're asking about it, I don't know when it went in. We can certainly look and find out and get you the answer. I don't doubt that if you say the city put it in and Clint said the city put it in, then I assume the city put it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Please, to have the other gentleman ask another question. You asked your question, the gentleman had a question, please come up. I got to give everybody an opportunity. Please have a seat. You'll come back, you can come back. I want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to ask the question. Whether you have 2, 3 questions, you will be given that opportunity.
12231 Lost Meadows Drive, Stephen Layton. That slide we're looking at is a fraud. It's a lie. That second line on there does not exist in state law. If you read that second line, you believe this has to be. Instead, what is in a municipality may annex. This whole concept is based on something that you could have chose not to do. Now, I will tell you that in my heart, I think this is the right, I'm going to lose a few friends over this. I think it's the right direction to protect the Air Force a certain amount, allow them to do their mission. I think it's wrong to take all the acreage we have out there, all the acreage, and base it on the violation or whatever you want to consider falling under the umbrella of compatibility. 20 acres out of all of our acreage is immersed in this. The Air Force Base has sound lines. 55 residents in 20 acres are the culprit. What about the rest of us? We really don't present a problem for the Air Force. We present a problem maybe for Schertz because they don't want something coming in. But wait a second. That doesn't seem right, does it? That we're going to make laws just in case? I think we wait until the in case is sort of on us. You look at new structures, you look at buildings that are going to go in, you look at conversions of a property to another part. So my question is, why don't we get that line out of there that's a lie and follow the laws and give the city the choice of saying, no, we'll take a different approach to helping the Air Force Base? That's my question.
All right, thank you,
Why?
sir. Okay, Mr. James, do you want to answer that question? Why don't we wait until the in case falls into our laps?
Thank you for that, Mayor. We don't, because council passed the ordinance calling for the election on this now, right? And so that's the fundamental core reason, but the logic behind it, again, that I as staff assume council adopted with that, is that if you wait for something bad to happen, you've had something bad happen. That's not always viable. It's not always practical to get out and do all of these things preemptively of what could happen to prevent that for a whole variety of reasons. But my belief is that council said, look, we've been fortunate to this point, but we don't want to risk it any further. Let's put in place these regulations or call for this vote, which would again allow for those regulations to make sure that nothing happens that we haven't done harm to the mission at Randolph.
Thank you, Mr. James. A follow-up question for me. You know, he mentioned, why don't we wait until the in case comes up? I think it did come up a couple months ago. The in case came up where the property was on our ETJ, and we couldn't control what was going to be built there. Am I correct?
So you'll have to refresh my memory.
The townhomes.
Oh, off Woman Hollering Road? Right. So again, just to clarify for folks who don't know, we had a request for annexation in zoning off of Woman Hollering Road. And again, they wanted to develop the property and develop it as townhomes. They started through that process to annex and zone. And then frankly, what they indicated is they didn't think the chances of getting approved were very likely. And so they said, that's okay then. We want to pull our application and we'll just move ahead with our development without any city regulations whatsoever. Subsequent council entered into a development agreement with that property to give us some control, but not to prohibit the use in and of itself. Again, I will say this though, and that's a land use question. I've kind of talked with Steve, if you don't mind me calling you just Steve on this one, about it. Most of, again, the provision in the local government code is an ordinance regulating land use in a manner recommended by the most recent JLUIS. And he is correct that based on the most recent JLUIS, there isn't a lot of actual regulating of what type of use is occurring on the property. The term in this capacity, in this context, land use, goes beyond, is it a retail store? Is it an office building? Is it a single family home? Is it an apartment complex? It goes to how tall is it? Is it a use that generates a lot of dust, a mining activity, for example, right? He's correct that staff's belief is really it's only in those areas of noise contours that there would be a lot of land use regulation of you can do this, but you can't do that. Other than, and this is the caveat, what I would say are some extreme land uses that would create problems with noise and dust and height that generally we haven't seen folks do in most of the areas. And if you'll permit me, let me kind of go back to the map, I think was his point. And so again, we've got some noise contours that come in through here, and so that may be a factor. We've got some little properties up in here that's a factor, and then up in here where it catches it. But generally the folks out in here, those noise contours don't reach near that far. And so if somebody walked in, say Claire walked in and said, I've decided I'm going to open a pit mine in the backyard because I think we can find whatever kind of mineral back there and we're going to start digging up and generating a bunch of dust, the regulation would likely say mining activity is not allowed. But if she wants to move forward through the county process, assuming that the election goes to the land use regulation, and wants to work with them to permit and go through a process to build a little apartment building on that property, we would likely only say, let's check the height of that. Let's make sure there's no reflectivity with solar panels that might be there or something like that. But otherwise, I'm not getting into the business of whether or not they're doing an apartment building here or not. It's for most of the properties, it's these extreme land uses we would want to avoid. Otherwise, don't want to get into your business. But the problem, and you're accurate, is trying to craft this regulation that says in those areas where it is a factor, we would limit those more than in others. And so just as a caveat, I want to try to be clear with folks. For some properties, there's going to be more regulation, but for most of the folks up in here, there isn't. I'd have to pull the noise contour to see how it comes in clips here. I think it generally comes in above them though. And then the last caveat I will say is, okay, you don't see my, never mind. So sorry, it's not helpful at all. And I don't have a way to point to it. But the folks off Woman Hollering Road, it comes closer to you guys. The folks out near Crescent Bend, it's much further away. But the caveat again is, we interpret it to mean it's the most recent joint land use study. And so if again the vote goes for we want the second option, lesser of two evils, we'd impose these regulations based on the 2015 JLUS. If the JLUS is updated next year or the year after, we're going to get different standards. Now it may pull back in some areas, it may reach further in some areas. We all know the new plane that's coming out, and some of us have seen the environmental impact study that the noise contour changes. And so with that new JLUS, based on the new plane, what we do today may be different, and we'll look at over here, than we do down the road. And that's going to be based on how that JLUS, which none of us know how that's going to play out. So it's not as though what we do now is going to be in place forever. I want to be clear, likely we would come back and say either we have to, based on state law, or we choose to, again, impose those regulations, if that helps. But again, for most folks, we're not coming in saying, are you doing an apartment complex or a single family home? Most areas, we don't care about that. The vast majority care about height, care about glare, things like that.
All right, thank you. All right.
Claire Layton, I live with him. I wasn't going to talk tonight, but there is something that I've heard people talk. Last time I made the comment about what one council will do, as if 10 years ago they said, oh, they're going to keep Southern Church rural. Yeah, right. The next council comes along and we've got 4 houses per acre. That ain't rural. However, one of the things that the mayor brought up last time is the Aviator Apartments were on an ETJ on 1518. And they couldn't stop it because we didn't have option B with regulating things that you don't want. And I understand that. Not only that, I am really waiting to come to council meetings when all the people are trying to get out from Aviation Apartments onto 1518 during rush hour, because you're going to have a lot of complaints. But there are a whole lot of acreages, if put together, as developers tend to do, that can turn into things that nobody wants. Nobody wants any more cotton picking apartments. And then, we're going to have to put up with these itty bitty houses. You need the tax money, let's face it, okay? But you probably need to bring up, I think option B is going to pass, okay? But you also need to bring up that what you're trying to do is on the undeveloped land in Schertz. You'd like to put some sort of organization to it, because that's a good selling point. Whether or not you do it or not, I don't know, because I won't be here long enough, given my age. However, that is one of the reasons, and it's a good reason. Now, I would like to see when the new land use study comes out, because I asked Mr. James this today, who on council is representing us. Councilman Fowler was on the first one in 2015, and I don't think maybe the process hasn't gone along that far. Okay, that's all I really have to say.
Well, thank you. Right. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead.
Point of clarification, just again, keep us all on the same page since it was this dialogue. So the Aviator 1518 apartments that you see that have been built, those were in the city, right? And council zoned those. It was the proposed townhomes. If you look again where Woman Hollering Road is, everybody knows it's that big parcel right there that wasn't in the city.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I would just to give you a little history on that, those apartments that were coming up on Woman Hollering Road, it went to planning and zoning. And a lot of the residents came up, they were very upset. They were not in our city limits, and they were thinking of annexing into our city limits if it passed. Well, the developer actually pulled out because he had so much negativity from the residents, and he said, I'm building anyway. Well, he was going to build, but not according to our city standards, because he wasn't in our city limits. He was going to build based on county standards, which are probably less lax than we are. So that's basically what could happen. But go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
James.
just to your question on the sewer. So, yeah, in the drainage channel the city owns, the developer of Saddlebrook installed the force main up to the OJR plant. That's our city line. We own it now. We maintain it, built by the developer of Saddlebrook.
Okay. Mic's open.
Branch Archer, 11825 Lost Meadows Drive. I'm going to try and word this so that we can get a yes or no answer. I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to be successful. The way that I understand it, the way for what option 2 would do for us is it would give you the power to enforce the JLUs for the Air Force, but nothing else. Anything that's not specified in that JLUs, y'all would not be able to implement against any of the residents.
I would say the answer is yes. Yes. Or go ahead.
So yeah, I'm gonna pull up the actual language, and my answer would be essentially yes. And again, this is language in state law. We have the authority to adopt and enforce an ordinance regulating land use in the manner recommended by the most joint land use study. That's what it says. And we can all debate what this word means exactly and what that word means exactly and da-da-da-da-da, right? There's probably some little bit difference. Yeah, but essentially that's it.
So you know who I am. So you guys weren't here last time, or you guys haven't been here for 12 years since the last time I spoke. So I guess the city went ahead and did what the developers asked them to do. So he just told you that, yes, the sewer line does belong to the city. So in my closing, when I went over and I closed on the property where it was taken from me with the threat of eminent domain, the city did go ahead and put in that sewer line. So on that property, I have the paperwork in my closing that there was to be no public access, no utilities being put through that drainage ditch, because that drainage ditch was to be used for the flooding event, for the next flooding event, because the sewer plant had flooded me out, had flooded our neighbors out. So that's what the property was to be used for the drainage of the sewer plant's property. That's what it was to be used for, and only for that. It was not to be used for road, no road construction, no utilities, no anything. And I made it clear to the San Antonio River Authority, to Sarah, that I didn't want anybody else, because I knew what the sewer plant wanted. They had already asked me several times, like they have approached everybody. Clint in the back just told me they bought some property off of Vogue's Pass. They've also bought them out, because they knock on everybody's door with larger parcels to buy them out so that they can have more property. They need the property so that they can expand. So yeah, I can't fight your city attorney. I don't have the money. My pockets aren't deep enough. Right now, I can't fight him. It was illegal what they did, what you guys did, what the city did. Now, I can't trust you with this going through, I wish I knew what exactly you guys were doing. Light pollution, you guys are talking about light pollution. Go out there tonight when you drive out, go out to 15, 18, and 78, Roadrunner. Roadrunner's contracted by the city. Look at the lights out there at night. I'm just wondering, does the base, do they know about the lights out there? There's a Roman candle just sitting out there with that lot, with Roadrunner. And the light pollution out there is bad. It's just bright. Who's gonna take care of that? If you guys rezone the area, are you gonna have Schertz Police Department go down there and shut their lights off at night so that it doesn't bother the Air Force Base? Because that's light pollution. You guys talk about light pollution in the ETJ. That's part of the ETJ that you guys are gonna rezone. I mean, you guys are gonna try and shut us down for any other small thing. What is it that you're gonna add to all of this rezoning to us small people down here? I mean, I'm just wondering what you guys are gonna add or just take from us. I know you guys aren't here for long terms or anything like this, but this is what's happened in the past. I mean, if there was an option 3 or whatever, I wish there was. I mean, look at what they've done to me. These guys, if they've been here a long time, if they haven't, and we've lived here a long time. I've seen him here a long time. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question?
Steve Slate, 8600 Quillwood Run. I got a two-part question. First, I'm going to read something. In Texas, Senate Bill 2038, which passed in May during the 88th legislative session, will allow residents of extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ, to leave a city's authority through a petition or election. The law also revokes the previous state law that allowed a city's ETJ to naturally expand as a city annexed new territories. So my question is, since some of the power may be trying to be taken away from you guys, what is the purpose of this election when we're not given any choices that we want? And 2, since it's going to be option 2, we all know that, we can stop pretending. What do we get out of that? We give up our freedom. What do you guys give us? And please don't say protection, because who's going to protect us from you?
What was the actual question?
I think the question is why is it allowed under state law? This would be different and super. It,
Dog and pony show checking off the box. What are you giving us? You're saying you're going to give us a special right to vote on what? Something we don't want?
I think that the first part of your question is why is this allowed under state law? The portion of the state law that's quoted up there on the screen would supersede what you quoted. The next portion would be, it's not necessarily to protect you from anything or to give you.
That's what he said last time. His very words were your protection.
Right, but just for clarification purposes of your question now, it's not necessarily to protect you from anything, it's to protect the JLUs in the mission of the base.
So to answer my question is, what is the purpose of voting, giving us the feeling when you're not listening to us anyway, because you're not giving us a choice that we want? How is it a vote? How is it a choice when the 2 choices you're giving, we don't want them? How is that a vote?
It's,
You know what?
well, to answer the question, go ahead.
And again, I'll
Yeah.
come back, and I heard the boos, and that's how we're going to be. That's how we're going to be, right? But again, we operate under the laws we operate under. And the state legislature passed that bill to give cities this authority. And I hear you're frustrated going, I don't have a vote of the folks on council who called for the election. I don't disagree with you. But let me be real clear. You guys all vote or have the ability to vote at a state level for the people who put this law on the books. It's what we all do. It's we all stand here, and again, I tell council, you pay me to tell you what I think, not what you necessarily want to hear, right? But the reality is we get to vote for those folks who make the laws. And we vote for folks that we respect and trust to make the best decisions
for our society and our community. Let me finish. The people you had the opportunity and/or voted for at a state level put in place this provision in state law that granted council this authority. So I fundamentally disagree that you didn't have any say. You had a say, it was at a different level. It's the same thing we all had. We vote at a state level. The state passes regulations that either allow the city to do things, limit the city to do things. And so while we may lament that at a local government level, we have the ability to vote at the state level, and so we get what we get. That's the way this works. Again, to the question of your second part, and I appreciate what is in it for you, what do you get that's better? No, the reality is you individually don't get anything better. You don't get anything out of this. We lose. You lose. Don't disagree with you, right? And what I would argue is this is the same thing that we as a society do where we give up certain rights to have a government. Now, this may seem hokey going back to high school, but the reality is we have a military that respect your service, just like my father served, right? And part of what we try to do is support those missions and support those efforts. And so fundamentally, let me be clear, this doesn't give us the ability to tell you exactly what you can do. We can only regulate in support of the JLUS. And you may disagree with the JLUS, and you may disagree with the concept, and you may have the belief that any property owner should be able to do whatever they want, regardless of the harm and the impact they may cause to JBSA Randolph. But that's just not something I agree with, and I think that's not something necessarily that council agrees with, as we have to pass these things for the greater public good. I think what you've heard from me, and you've not heard anybody on council disagree, is that we are trying to balance not making an ordinance that's overly tricky, overly complicated, that when you try to read it, you go, I can't make heads or tails of this. I got staff people down there going, you're killing me, Brian. I can't make heads or tails of this. What am I supposed to do and not do, right? Don't over tricky. But that puts in place these minimum criteria, but does it in a sensible way. And so again, it's not to control everything you want to do, but if you are of the opinion that you ought to be able to operate a quarry or mining business that generates a bunch of dust that negatively impacts the flight operations, and everybody else be darned, I just don't agree with that. But again, I've said this and you've not heard anybody on council disagree. We are going to try to put in place regulations that protect the base, create as little disruption as we can for the residents. But to be clear, it's going to be more of a nuisance and more of a bother than you have now. That's the reality of it. But we're going to try to come up with something that minimizes the impact on that everybody can easily understand, to protect the base. That's all we're trying to do. We don't have authority beyond that. And again, not everybody's going to like everything with it, but you've not heard council disagree that that's what they're trying to do. And so again, that's me getting on my soapbox. I'll go sit back down.
Right, anyone else? We have nine minutes left before I close the workshop.
So, Mayor, if I could, and Brian didn't really touch on this, but one of the things that was brought up was the House bill, but for properties in the ETJ that are within 5 miles of a functioning base, they're not allowed to petition to be released from the ETJ.
That's right. So there's an exception to that the state put in place. But again, if you look, we periodically on the council packets have an item that's an info only that says this property owner petitioned and to be released, and that once the clock hits, they're released from our ETJ and our maps are updated. And I've had conversations with several of you. If you want to know the impact on that, if you go to the City of New Braunfels website, they have so many of those that they now have a map so you can see the impact. And so again, we'll see what happens down the road when those folks expect suburban style level of service and they're trying to get it from the county, but that's a whole nother matter for later.
Okay. Mic's open. Once again, I have a hard stop. We have a hard stop at 8:07.
Hello, Mike. Steve Layton, 12231 Lost Meadows Drive. I just want to tell everybody, please vote. When this comes up, I don't know if we end up with only 10 voters because of this disgust we are having or the discussion's going wrong. We're going to be in a real serious problem if there's enough people wanting to be in the city. So please vote even if this doesn't turn out well. And the other side of that is, I have a lot of faith in that gentleman over there. I think he'll look out for our interests. I think the city council will pay attention to how angry we are if this goes wrong. That's my bit, not a question, not an answer.
Thank you, sir. All right. We're down to 7 minutes left. Come on.
All right, since I'm not going to belabor the law or why you chose to exercise the authority now versus not exercise the authority. That was a choice y'all made. But as offering a suggestion, one of my concerns is that I bought the land I did, 45 acres out on Ware Road, to be away from the city a little bit. And I understand, hey, that might be a little bit foolish. I was close to San Antonio, but my intention is never to develop that land. My intention is to hold on to Texas and honor the farmers that my grandparents were, my great-grandparents were, and that's what I'm fighting for. And so my goal is not to have then someone say, well, you need to get a permit to build that 8x8 shed. And you need, so can we balance that out a little bit, please? And that's my request.
Yeah. I think, as I've talked about, we want to streamline the process as much as possible so that you're not having to come in to talk to us or get approval for something that's easily a straightforward deal, right? And so, yeah, an 8x8 shed, yeah, I would agree. Try to write it in a way that you don't have to come in for a permit on that, because the assumption it's 8x8 and it's not more than about 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet tall, and you haven't put mirrors on the top of the thing, right? But that's where we have to regulate. And again, let me say this. I don't doubt your sincerity. I truly don't, that you plan to hold on this land as your ancestors did. Again, my family's lived a long time in Texas. I mean, the only one of my siblings wasn't born in Texas because my dad was in the military, stationed in Oklahoma, which is where I was born. My siblings don't let me forget it. But that being said, well, I don't doubt your sincerity. As some of you have been around and know, and we've talked to before, in my tenure here at the city of Schertz, 13 years, I've had people walk up and say, we're never going to develop this property. We want it to remain open. I don't want any of this development happening. I want you to approve a comp plan that keeps this area rural. And literally, they or their children have then shown up within my tenure here, and you'd be surprised to hear that they would be fairly critical of me. To some point, my mother thought they were a little bit mean when she watched the video, arguing, why won't we let them sell their land to a developer to put as many houses as they want in the city of Sauk? So again, don't get me wrong, I don't doubt your sincerity, but that's the reality of what we face, right? This stuff all changes, and some of you have been around, you've witnessed that yourself, of those same folks coming up. And so again, we are going to try to write this thing so you're not having to come in on that 8x8 shed. But again, it's to not have somebody do something that likely you guys would be all up in arms over with your neighbor doing this, that, and the other. And so that's the goal. Won't get there, everybody's happy, but that's why and what we're after.
All right, we have 4 minutes left.
Steve Slate, 8600 Crowwood Run. I guess this is the bottom line question. You guys open this up because you have to by law. You're going to let us vote because you have to by law. What's the purpose of us being here? We're not represented by anybody, and you've already made up your mind to do something against our will. What does that say about y'all? Does that not look like a government overreach, a power grab, whatever you want to call it? What is the point of us going through all of this to be heard, to feel better about ourselves when we leave? I mean, don't y'all have hearts? Don't y'all have consciences? If we don't want it and you've already made up your mind to do it, what does that say? We don't matter. That's exactly what it says. And like I said, my family's been out there since 1978. You guys try to annex us all the time. It never passes. So why now? And my question is, why are we here? Why are you guys doing the dog and pony show and checking the boxes? You've already made up your mind. Why are you wasting our time making us feel better about ourselves, or trying to, when you're going to do what you're going to do? Why are we here?
I'll try to answer that and to be clear. And don't get me wrong, I'm pretty blunt. Again, as I said, council pays me to tell them what I think, not what they want to hear. I try to be fairly direct with people because I think most people appreciate that as opposed to dance around stuff. And I mean this, even those of you who disagree, I respect you for showing up, because we're a community of 45,000 people. In most meetings, we've got half dozen people here. So I mean that sincerely, especially the folks who've come meeting after meeting. I mean that. So again, I don't speak for council, but what I will tell you in all sincerity is what I have gotten from council in my 13 years, and I have gotten from council now was, yeah, we're required to do this by law, but we're not required to do this format. We're required to let you get your 3 minutes, and I think there were 5 of y'all, and then we could close it out and be done with it. But again, the idea was, let's try to have a bit more of a dialogue. And the reason that I have been tasked with on every other thing I've done, which is, Brian, you better be paying attention, you better go watch the video, and let's see if we can find a balance that you've heard what they've said, you can shake your head, to try to find that appropriate balance. So yeah, at the end of the day, they've called for the election because of the reasons we've said. But the task that I've been given is do that in a way that tries to find as much of that balance as they can, to minimize as much as we can the inconvenience, the headaches, the frustrations, all of that stuff that doesn't overreach with the regulation, that isn't too bureaucratic. And frankly, part of that is just so that we don't overwhelm with staff so they can work on the things we want. So where I would disagree with you is I don't think council did this thing they didn't have to as a dog and pony show. They did it with the expectation that staff would take it under consideration. And as Councilman Westbrook said last meeting, she didn't have to, and we don't have to, I want you to come back with on paper what those regulations look like so folks can see it and we can have that conversation, and I expect you to listen and incorporate that in and try not to miss the boat as much as you can and overreach and create something that's just a bureaucratic nightmare. That's my opinion. You can disagree. I respect your opinion being different, respect you for speaking up, but that's the answer to your question from my perspective.
Thank you, Mr. James. All right, the time is 8:07. We're closing the workshop and we reconvene into our regular city council meeting. Our next agenda is the closed session. Item number 17, the city council will meet in closed session under section 551.087 of the Texas Governmental Code, deliberations regarding economic development negotiations, closed meeting. The governmental body is not required to conduct an open meeting to discuss or deliberate regarding commercial or financial information that the governmental body has received from a business prospect that the governmental body seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the territory of the governmental body, and with which the governmental body is conducting economic development negotiations, or two, to deliberate an offer of financial or other incentives to a business prospect. This is in reference to Project E-107, and we also have a second closed session. Item number 18, the City Council will meet in closed session under Section 551.074 of the Governmental Code, Personnel Matters, to conduct an annual evaluation of the City Secretary, Ms. Sheila Edmondson. We will reconvene after our closed sessions. The time is now 8:08. We will reconvene after our discussion.
Benassi.
9:53.
Peanut butter crackers. I know, I'm starving. I'm like, I got some
I
leftover pizza in the
would
fridge.
think so.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, the time is now 9:53. We reconvene into our regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session. Agenda item number 19 is reference to item number 17, EDC project number 107. The start time was 8:20 and end time was 8:45. And there is a motion for consideration, and that would be resolution number 25R124. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing an expenditure as reflected in the Economic Development Performance Agreement between the City of Schertz Economic Development Corporation and PV Schertz LLC and other matters in connection therewith. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Brown to accept the resolution and second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 7 ayes, no objections. Motion passes. We move on to item number 20. In reference to item number 18, City Secretary's evaluation. The start time was 8:50, end time was 9:33. Council, there is a motion by the chair to provide compensation for our city secretary in the amount of $106,000.
Motion.
Do I have a motion? Okay. With an effective date of 1 October. Motion's been made by Councilmember Guerrero. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hayward. Council, any other comments? Please cast your vote. We can publish the vote, please. We have 6 ayes, 1 objection. Motion passes. All right, we'll move on to item number 21. That's the Comel Appraisal District Board of Directors election. And also, item number 22 is the Guadalupe Appraisal District Board of Directors election information. These were information packets that were provided to council and available for public viewing at our website, schertz.com. Announcements and requests. Council, any possible updates or information requested from staff? Seeing none. Council, any possible items you'd like on the future agenda? Councilmember Macaluso.
I just was curious on, for 4th of July Jubilee next year, if we're going to be possibly doing something special for America's 250th birthday.
I'm not sure what we have planned, but we will most definitely have something special planned.
Would you rather have a workshop so we can,
I think, yeah, a workshop would be good, maybe with the Parks Department, and maybe something can come together. I think it's 4th of July will be on Saturday, I believe. I think it gives us a good opportunity to have a weekend of festivities that I think would be pretty nice.
a weekend party? All right, that sounds good.
Duly noted.
Okay, we'll get that. Okay, any other, council, any other items? Seeing none, okay, announcements by our council members. Mayor Pro Tem Brown?
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Davis?
Nothing tonight, sir.
Councilmember Watson?
Ribbon cutting at my urgent care and then NEP luncheon, and that was all.
Councilmember Macaluso?
Just the interview committee meeting that we had.
All right. Councilmember Guerrero?
Just remind everybody, Saturday breakfast, VFW.
Okay. Councilmember Westbrook?
Northeast Partnership and the Chamber Luncheon.
Okay. Councilmember Hayward?
Yes, my urgent care, the NEP luncheon, and the hog wild that was put on by Rampage Law. It was a fantastic event. I think we got out a lot quicker than we anticipated, but it was a great event, and the interview committee, that's all.
Okay. All right, the time is now 9:57. We stand adjourned.